Give me a second. I'm still figuring some stuff out. So you're gonna get a little fun time show. And we're here. Hello, Pennies. This is Penguenny. So happy St. Patrick's Day. My hair is green, so no pinching for me today. But I wanted to hop on here and just say hi and hello to the future Pennies that are going to be watching this stream. I am really busy today. I have a lot to do. But I wanted to jump on stream to kill at least like an hour or two before I have to do it. I need to go grab my phone real quick, so stay tuned. Like, hold on a second. So I have no god awful clue where I put my phone. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the old fashioned method. And if you guys don't know what old fashioned method is I find my iPhone saved to my laptop because I keep losing my phone so many times. And I'm forgetful of where I put it. And I'm forgetful of just about literally every single fucking thing. So I'm going to play a sound so that way I can hear it. And give me a second. And I found it. And that's how I find my phone really quickly because I am always losing this damn thing. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. There are some phone calls that I have to make, but I will do those at a later time. I am not sure if the sound is coming from here, so I need to test that real quick, and I need to test how good it sounds when it comes through here. Because again, I got this from the Five Below store, so and it better be working. It looks pretty. It looks very nice. It's very aesthetically pleasing. But I need to make sure that it is working properly. Roho. Okay, it sounds terrible. So let me go in here and let me change. Checking 1, 2. Checking 1, 2. 1, 2. Checking 1, 2. That kind of sounds a little bit better, but not as good as I assumed it would. Oh, and it's time for me to undo my hair already. Okay. So I'm dyeing my hair currently, and I only have to let the dye sit for 20 minutes. So I wanted to take a full body shower, but I might just take like a quick shower with just my hair and just rinse that really quickly. I put some hairspray in it to keep it up, or to keep like, it separated perfectly. So we're gonna take a trip to the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna set you guys up in there so that way I can rinse my hair. Um, but I got some cool beats in the background for you guys. Alexa, stop. Here you go. It's pretty noisy when I turn on the thing. You know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna kill my mic for a second, and you guys are just gonna listen to the soothing sounds of lo-fi 3-hour beats while I do my hair. Gonna boost that up, and I'm gonna silence me. And I'm back. Hope y'all didn't miss me too much, but I'm gonna probably let my hair sit in the towel for like a couple minutes, and then I might take it out. But this is me. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. Um, yeah, I redyed my hair. And I have coffee back there. So I'm gonna be all jacked up on all sorts of energy juice right now, and I'm gonna do a little bit of reading. So, because it's a Patties party, the party is that I dyed my hair. That's kind of it. You guys can click out, leave, do whatever you were doing originally, but that was part of the Patties. I dyed my hair a new type of green, and you can't really see it on camera, but it's darker. And I dyed my hair a new type of pink, which you can kind of see on camera, but it's a little bit darker as well. So it's more like a fuchsia pink because I really want the fade to be really pretty, and that's what I'm mostly worried about with my hair dye. Is like I want it to like fade nicely. Earlier today, Sky came out and started painting a set. Started painting a tree. Oops, other stuff fell out because I had other things that I used my thing for. But Sky started painting a nice tree. It looks very nice and pretty. She had light bulbs hanging from it. It's from a set. This thing on the far left hand side is supposed to be a red curtain, so she's gonna curtain that. But I'm gonna help her finish up with this tree, and we're gonna get to talking. So for now, jam out, chill, do whatever you wish. But I'm gonna finish this tree and possibly do a couple TikToks to let everybody know that I'm live. So yeah, have fun. It's St. Patty's Day. Wear green. My hair's green. I'm don't pinch me. Acrylic. I need a water cup. Realize. update on what I'm doing. I'm getting pretty. So, because I added the black, now I need to take a break because the black needs to set and I don't want to accidentally rub against the black and get it anywhere else. Right now, I placed it in an area where I like where it's at. This is my tree, my staged tree with the lanterns hanging from it. I think it turned out pretty well. I'm not sure if I want to finish the right side, but this is where I'm at. And I just realized I never put back my... There we go. Never changed it. So, let's check on the hair. Ooh. Oh, she bright. Oh, she dark. She dark. She really dark. I need light to be able to see that, though. No, but she very fuchsia pink. And that's what I wanted. She is both light and dark. Ooh. The green is dark and I love it. And my hair smells like chemicals and I love it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we painted that. Sorry it's not the way you wanted it. I know you wanted to do something a little bit different, but I tried. If you want, you can finish the left side. Well, right side if I'm facing it this way, left side if I'm looking at it like this. Yeah, you can finish the left side if you want. Okay. It's up to you, boo. But I wanted to go live for a little bit. I haven't been live in a while. Yeah, it kind of gives us something to do. I'm really excited for it. I kind of miss my friends. Yeah, I do too. My friends from the hospital, psychiatric hospital, I kind of miss them. I don't want to say their names, but I miss them. I should really email them. Well, in order for me to email them, I do need to know a little bit more about Otto Kernberg, Melanie Klein, and Marsha Linehan. There we go. That's her name. I have to know more information about them in order to email the professor that I met when I was in a psychiatric hospital. I hope that professor's doing well. And I hope that his wife's mother didn't actually die. And I hope that was just another trigger that it was trying to happen to me. But I met a professor at the psychiatric hospital that I was in. He wasn't aware that I knew he was a professor, but Medusa is still lenient on that, like, oh, he was a professor. Adjunct professor is what I Googled. They wouldn't reveal his picture to me because, of course, he probably helps out with the psychiatric hospital and you can't really have your face there if you help out there. But he played his part well, I feel. Medusa also wants to mention that Mr. R. McDonald, Mr. R did a good job at making sure we were okay. And Mr. R did a good job at not allowing the fight between the Medusa character and who was she supposed to be? Cassie? No, she wasn't Cassie. I think she was just supposed to be an extra person there. Medusa's thankful for Mr. R. Mr. R. McDonald. She's very thankful for him. That he took care of us and that hopefully he becomes an actual professor with the way he's acting as. Spot on. Perfectly good. Had us going there when we were banging the cup for a second. Medusa did a skit or was lashing out and she was doing the repeated banging 3 times. And I think Mr. R, if he's watching this, he probably knows what I'm talking about. She tried doing the repeated banging, and when he didn't get a reaction, I remember Miss C. Miss C asked Mr. R if he was okay, and Mr. R, I remember him snapping right out of him and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine, it's fine." And Medusa found that funny. She noticed that, and she found it funny. Medusa's a sneaky little one. She's smart. She doesn't want to act like she's smart, but she's smart. And hypnotized? That's why we want to call? Because we're in Fresno now. We were hypnotized while we were at the psychiatric hospital. It's not letting me remember. Why'd you guys let that happen? They were trying to help me. It's 1:47. I didn't even notice that much time passed. I missed lunch. I better go eat. I'm going to make a quick phone call. And I'm going to take my Buspro. And I want to see what the testing center saw. But my hair's pink. My hair's pink. And it's pretty. And I like it. And this side's green. And I like it. It's a dark green. It's a sea green. And I like it. The pink side is the only side that's able to be seen on camera. But I like it. Wow, you guys really want me to call that number? Okay. All right. Fine. Medusa really wants me to call that number. Alrighty. I will ask. Silly me, the towel's right here. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope he likes it. Our husband. Why can't we just continue our life? Um, so I'm gonna turn the music back on for a second while I'm making phone calls, but you guys are more than welcome to do whatever you wish. hear any of the phone calls, but you're seeing.
Please continue to hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. Your call will be handled by the next available agent.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? How come y'all can't hear my thing? How come y'all can't hear my thing? Let's see. Maybe if I make it a window, would that be easier? Let's see. Maybe if I make it a window. Let's see. Well, I guess that was kind of a reach. So alrighty then. Well then let's look into why you guys can't hear my music. Despite me working so dang hard to make sure that I have this music up. I mean, it's been relaxing me. I'm not sure about you guys, but it's been relaxing for me. um, Let me just. Yep, you probably have seen it already, but I was kind of spiraling a little bit and it didn't feel nice. Ooh, I want to change avatars. I can add. I'm doing my penguin. Yes, a Polite. Oh my goodness. Done. Okay. It still says R. Wanted it to have like my name or something. Trigglyfuff. don't even know. I'm trying to get some music on, and for some reason, my stuff is not working. For some reason, I really want to put non. let me see. Actually, no, I would have to do in the new. New, add background music. Okay, hip hop, lo-fi, chill hop, ambient. Let's do ambient, see where that gets us. I know, right? I know, right? Okay, let me see if ambient will allow me to getting there. There at least. Okay. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can check out. Well, you guys do know that I'm just going to read a bunch of books, and that's all. Let me grab and throw it this way. The OnlyFans, I might as well. Might as well. Me, right? Or am I just talking to myself because I am the crazy lady? You got an ad for me? Oh my goodness, I feel bad for you then. I didn't know that I'm an ad. At least I know I don't got AIDS, but didn't know I was an ad. All right. In here. And do what I need to. I'm from Stockton, if you care to know. I wasn't born in the 5559. I was raised in 209. Oh, you guys are amusing. I've been by myself for a while, so I haven't really had anybody to talk to for a little bit, and it's nice to finally have somebody to talk to. Past streams or past me doing anything crazy, you can go check out my YouTube channel. It's Penguin. Let me go here. Yep. This is crappy video. If you guys can help me out, I would love the help with getting a new camera. East Coast, I'm geographically a little bit more specific. Aw, you're not calling me a princess despite my shitty audio quality? That's nice. I was born to get a little bit more interesting. At least hear music. Here, I do have a camera, but it is at probably worse quality. Camera is over here. Florida, that's nice. Well, I'm a California girl, so I'm the Katy Perry bitch that all y'all probably been warned about. Alrighty, let's. Let's do general web camera. How is that? Did that miraculously fix something? Nope, it probably made it worse. Well, I'll let you guys pick, before or after. I re-dyed my hair today too. I'm gonna need a mouse. I'll be right back. So I just plugged that in. Well, there's no use. Alrighty. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Now that I have an audience and I have people watching, I now have to be entertaining. So what am I doing first? What's the dog tricks? What's the hoops? What's the hollers? What am I doing? Well, what am I not doing is I'm probably not going to show my boobs anymore because apparently everyone came for the boobs. How about some reading? I bet you guys wouldn't like it if I pulled these two out. Sexual assault victims, the perpetrators in the criminal justice system, or Rape on the Public Agenda. Because these were the two books that I was considering reading. So if you have any qualms against that, I can do, busting out my big boy here. This is my epic Greek mythologies, because your girl loves the Greeks and the Romans. And what I haven't read yet is, I think, Hepatitis, Dionysus, Aphrodite. I think you guys might like Aphrodite. There's Hades, Helios, Selene, Eros, Nike, not the shoe, but the actual god. There's Divine Punishment. There's the Muses, the Graces, the Fates, the Nyx and her prodigy. There's the sea deities. There's the Pans. There's the nymphs. How about we do a lesson on the nymphs? How does that sound for everybody? Alrighty, reading the nymphs. How do I get rid of it? Oh, okay. Nymphs it is. It is 93. Nips. Here we go. Not nips, nips. So one thing is, I am dyslexic, so don't quote me on my reading, but I'll try my best. It says, the graceful beings called the nymphs were the presiding deities of the woods, gardens, etc. These divinities these deities were supposed to be beautiful maidens of fairy-like form and robed in more or less shadowy garments, or
I'm dyslexic, so give me a break. Robed in more or less shadowy garments. They were held in the greatest, though being minor deities, they had no temples dedicated to them, but they were worshipped inhabitants of milk, honey, oil, etc. They may be divided into three distinct classes, namely water, mountain, and tree, or wood nymph. There's water nymphs, and it goes on to the dryads and tree nymphs, mountains, and such. So let's see. The worship of water deities is common to most primitive nations. The streams, springs, and fountains of a country bear the same relation to it which the blood coursing through the numberless ascertaries of a human being bears to the body. Both represent the living, moving, life-awakening element. Without each, existence would be impossible. Hence, we find among the resemblance of which, with absent and foreign chimes, is always treasured with our particular fondness. Thus, among the early Greeks, each tribe came to regard the rivers and springs of its individual state as beneficial powers. Each brought blessings and prosperity to the country. In its power over their imagination, they heard with delight the gentle whisper of the fountain, lulling the senses with its low rippling tones, the soft purring of the brook as it rushes over the pebbles, or the mighty voice of the waterfall as it dashes on its headlong course, and the beginnings which they pictured to themselves as presiding over all these charming sights and sounds of nature corresponded in their graceful appearance with the scenes with which they were associated. The Oceans. The ocean nymphs were the daughters of Oceanus and Tennis. T-E-T-H-Y-S. I'm saying that wrong. That's how it's spelled. And like most sea deities, they were endowed with the gift of prophecy. They were personifications of those delicate viper-like exhalations which in warm climates are emitted from the surface of the sea, more especially at sunset, and are impelled forward by the evening breeze. They are accurately represented as misty shadowy beings with graceful swaying forms and robed in pale blue gauze-like fabrics. The Nereids. Let me see if I'm saying this word correctly first. Whenever my dyslexic brain kerfuffles English words, I like to Google Translator, and then I'll type in the word and have the word said to me, so that way I can say it correctly without offending people. And it keeps giving me the Latin. I don't want the Latin form. Well, just know they're probably the Nereidus. Nearsitis? Is that what it is? Nearsitis? Were the daughters of Nereus and Doris, and were the nymphs of the Mediterranean Sea. They were smaller in appearance to the Oceanus, but their beauty is of less shadowy order and is more like that of mortals. They wear a flowing pale green robe, their liquid eyes resemble in their clear depths the lucid waters of the sea they inhabited. Their hair floats carelessly over their shoulders and assumes the greenish tint of the water itself, which far from deteriorating them from their beauty, greatly adds to their effect. The Nereidus, I don't know how it said, either accompany the chariot of the mighty ruler of the sea or follow in his train. We are told by poets that the lonely mariner watches the Nereids with silent awe and wondering delight, as if rising from the grotto places in the deep and dance in joyful groups over the sweeping waves, some with arms entwined, follow with their movements the melodies which seem to hover over the sea, whilst others scatter liquid gems around, these being embellical, dyslexic, envelopable of the crossland light so frequently observed at night by the traveler in southern waters. Best known for the Nereides and Pleiades, the wife of Thetis and Aphrodite, the spouse of Poseidon and Galatea, and beloved Acis, Acis. Let's do the nymphs of the valleys and mountains. The Napeini were the kind of gentle nymphs, nymphs, nymphs of the valleys and glens who appear in the train of Artemis. They are represented by lovely maidens with short tunics which reach only to the knee, not impede their swift and graceful movements in the exercise of the chase. Their dresses are fastened in a knot at the back of the head, whence a few strand curls escape near their shoulders. The Nepede responds in quiet as propulsum. Again, this book is difficult as heck for someone who just likes to get a read. So, the Orchianes Oredes, mountain nymphs, were for the principal and constant companion of Artemis. The graceful maidens attired as hunters, they adorned followers of the chase and spare neither the gentle deer nor the timid hare, nor indeed any animal they meet within their rear course. Wherever their wild hunt goes, the shy the shy nymph, I'm just gonna say nymph for now on, are represented as hiding behind the leaves, whilst their favorites, the fawns, kneel trembling beside them, looking up beseechingly for protection from the wild huntress. And even the bold straiads dart away as they approach and seek safety in flight. The meadow nymphs resemble the mountain nymphs and are usually represented dancing hand in hand with Hyads, who are in appearance are somewhat similar to the ocean nymph or cloudy deities. And from the fact that they're being in company as necessarily weak, the deities are the nymphs who preside over fruit trees. For concluding this subject, attention should be drawn to the fact that alien all nature in detail reappears under the various local traditions extended in different countries. Thus, dupes live alive in the mermaids whose existence is still believed in by mariners. There we go, mariners. I struggled with matrimonial yesterday, so marine is one of the best words. Whilst the flower and the meadow nymphs assume the shape of those tiny elves and fairies who were formerly believed to hold their midnight reels in every wood and on every common Indeed, even at the present day, the Irish peasantry, especially in the West, formerly believe in the existence of the fairies, or good people as they're called. So that's on nymphs. Alright, what should I read next? Well, now that I've scared everybody off except for one, I'm going to read what I want to read now. Let me get comfy. It's good to be using a camera for some reason. Let's see. Let me check to see what it looks like for y'all's. Let me check to see what it looks like for the is sexual assault, victims and perpetrators in the criminal justice system. Now, I promised my viewers or people from my YouTube channel when I was streaming yesterday that I would read chapter 2. So, that is what I intend to do. But let me put my delicate flower back in the mix. I also have my Melanie Klein and my autocarbon. So if you know about these two, then you're gonna get excited about this one. First, I need my apple juice. Apple juice helps me work. Alrighty, let's get cracking. So, I left off on sexual assault definition. Before I move on, I'm going to quickly and graciously put on that. Okay, here we go. Robert Hansen, PhD. Sexual assault definition. A general definition of female rape. As implied, this section addresses the issue of sexual assault definitions. However, the reader should understand that the term sexual assault is used as a blanket term that refers to a number of sexually related forms of victimization. This term includes all types of sexual offense that involves touching or penetration of an intimate part of a person's body without consent. Thus, sexual assault includes rape, forced sodomy, forced oral copulation, and any form of undesired sexually related touching. However, society tends to refer to such forms of crime as simply rape. Further, many legal sources continue to use the term rape, particularly in specialized situations such as date rape and or matrimonial rape. Thus, this discussion will use the term rape more frequently to describe definitions of specific categories of sexual assault. Now let's see if this is working properly. Also, it should be pointed out the terms of victim and survivor are used interchangeably throughout this discussion. The particular section of terms was made in each case according to what seemed most appropriate to the particular context in which the issue of rape was being addressed. Likewise, it is important to note that this chapter will focus on definitions of rape that involve female victims. It is fully understood and acknowledged that victims of rape may be male as well as female, but the issue of male victims will not be covered due to the fact that the majority of victims/survivors are female. Rapes of male victims, whether by male or female perpetrators, is covered in another section of this reader and is also specialized as to be not integral to the broad nature of this chapter. Furthermore, child sexual assault and molestation will not be specifically covered outside the statutory rape, which is not identical phenomenon. Because this is an entire issue unto itself, though the dynamics have similarities, there are significant distinctions from adult rape. With these points in mind, it is important to provide a rudimentary definition of rape phenomenon as a baseline for the more in-depth definitions of rape that follow. For purposes of this chapter, rape is in fact a forced penetration of any bodily orifice, vaginally, anally, or orally, or forced coitus or falsetto involving violation of the survivor's body and physical or well-being. The assault is accomplished by the use of force, the threat of force, or without force when the survivor is unusually to physically or mentally give their consent. Rape is an experience of violation, degradation, and humiliation that has serious negative impacts on the survivor. The survivor's reaction can often be varying according to the person, the event, and the number of other multiple variables. Further, the survivor's perception of the experience is, in fact, by many factors such as a prior socialization, reactions from the people that are told about the incident, and the results of criminal justice agency. It is important to realize that there are numerous types of definitions of rape. It should be understood that there are personal, social, political, and clinical implications that affect the rape phenomenon. Because of this, it is important to not only examine the physical and psychological well-being of survivors, but examine the larger societal constructions attributed to the rape phenomenon as well. So, hey, I got 3 more people back. So, general rape. This is where it is. Favorite book should pick up. Sorry if the audio quality is bad, or visual quality is bad, but at least the audio quality will get better. I will try to talk slow, so that way, talk slow and move less. But there's only so much I can do and so much my bandwidth can withstand. But I am now using my just checking. Alright. Where is everybody else? Hey, there's one on my Facebook. I wonder who's watching off of Facebook. I don't remember enabling Facebook, but I guess I did at some point. But hello! And there's 2 from the Penguin channel. Hi there! Let me see if I can find a better... live audio. Let's see if that's better. Or if it got better. Did it get better? It got a little bit better. Let me
this because I Yep, that's way better. Yep, that's way better. Alrighty then, now that I got that situated, let's tune back in. Now I'm 1-on-1. So, let's get back to the reading. General rape. Numerous ways to define rape. One main point of this chapter is to illustrate the numerous definitions of rape. These definitions are more varied than may be generally acknowledged. Further, Burkess, 1989, notes that this diversity has important ramifications for how rape is reported, prevented, treated, and even researched. In fact, definitions of rape can vary when the defining person's social standing, education, perception of, and attitudes towards violence and sexuality. Definitions of rape also vary greatly from state to state, and in many states, the term sexual assault has replaced the term of rape in their criminal statutes. The U.S. Department of Justice defines rape as the penetration, no matter how slight, of the vagina or anus with the body part or object, or oral penetration by a sex organ of another person without the consent of other victims. U.S. Justice Department of 2012. But other jurisdictions are widely in their definitions of rape, often disregarding the Department of Justice definition. Such disagreements has hampered the effective classification and study of rape offenses. Bartle, 1999, points out that in defining rape, prosecutors require exacting the strict evidence before even considering an incident as probable rape for any survey data. It has been found that prosecutors often look for minimal criteria for filling out a complaint for forcibly rape. 1. Evidence of penetration. 2. Lack of victim consent. 3. Threat of force. And 4. Usually the victim must be female. More contemporary prosecutors may differ on some of these points, particularly with respect to the victim being female, depending on jurisdiction and the crime alleged. However, these differences combined with the differences among state legislators, law enforcement agencies, and researchers demonstrate a need for a clear and distinct definition of rape. The act of rape should be viewed as just one of many violent and sexual behaviors that humans may engage in. This is because the tendency to speculate rape from one other human behavior has had two unfortunate consequences. First, it has allowed members of society to ignore the wide variety of behaviors that technically meet the definition of rape. Second, it ignores the fact that rape only differs the degree of severity from other violent interactions. If we are lower our tolerance for rape and develop constant sanctions for dealing with perpetrators, we must understand the wide range of behaviors that rape encompasses. I think it got better. At least I still have my one for my Penguin 23. So thank you for staying tuned. Continuing on. Let's see. Sadly enough, many people continue to view real rape as some unfortunate attack by some stranger in an isolated area. Such a limited definition allows most people to distance themselves from the reality of rape. The limited definition can also minimize the trauma for survivors of various types of rape. The irony is that this denial of the actual occurrence of rape works not only in the minds of people who are involved with a rape incident, but also works to eradicate the perception of perpetrators and even those of the victims as well. Thus, some perpetrators may generally not perceive their actions as rape. More disturbing is that many victims often do not themselves realize that they have been raped. One useful theory for explaining perceptions of rape is attribution theory. In the case of sexual assault, it is assumed that both the perpetrator and survivor of the incident, as well as other observers such as family, friends, and police, will evaluate the situation to determine if a rape occurred. It is also assumed that conclusions reached will affect future behavior, future feelings that the victim will have about themselves, and future judgments of other similar situations. Bjorkey, Bourque, 1989, states that if the woman concludes that a rape did occur and that she was responsible for it, this theory predicts that her behavior will change in ways that are likely to prevent future rapes. It is also assumed that she will feel that other women who are raped under similar circumstances are similarly responsible for assaults made upon them. What is alarming about that is that some women may in fact blame themselves for rape to the point that the perpetrator's behavior is normalized or excited. Conversely, if she concludes that she was not responsible for the rape, her behavior may be less likely to change and her judgments of other rapes will tend to absolve women of responsibility. While it is preferred that a victim does not blame themselves for a rape that has been committed against them, it is hoped that victims will see themselves as survivors capable of affecting the outcome of future rape for themselves and others. This, of course, does happen with many rape survivors, but the example demonstrates that some women may learn a state of helplessness, a state of helplessness, and that places them at a greater likelihood for repeat victimization. Thus, the manner guilt and responsibility is attributed is important because when people decide that a rape has occurred, their perception of rape often considers often considers issues of victim and offender self-responsibility in making this determination. In other words, most observers of rape, at least typically considered of the victim and offender, acted responsibly or negatively. Many people may consider this possibility that the victim deliberately placed themselves in the precarious position that led to the rape. This is despite the fact that it is the perpetrator who is guilty of the rape, not the survivor. Alrighty then. Outlooks such as those previously described often revolve around the particular locus of control that the observer might possess. Locus of control differentiates between different about internal and external control events. Locus of control has often been used to describe states and traits. In other words, it can refer to an individual's perception of his and or her ability, general personality profile. This concept is important to rape perceptions and definitions because evidence exists and locus of control varies with sex role attitudes that is influence both person's perceptions of rape and the victim's sense of self-responsibility. Women who thus viewing Women who score high on internal control also score high on non-traditional feminism, thus viewing women to be more capable of aggressive behaviors. On the other hand, women scoring high on the external control measure tend to accept socially defined normative roles of passivity for women. Thus has been also This has also been found to correlate with attitudes on how rape is perceived by some women. This has obvious implications for how women may develop self definitions of rape. Naturally, this will equally affect rates of reporting rape. Furthermore, men likewise form attribution, abuse, dyslexic, sorry. Likewise, from attributes towards women in rape situations based on the internal and external locus of control sigma. Men who tend to score higher than women in the internal local of control tend to hold women as partially or even entirely responsible for the rape acts committed against them. Those scoring lower on internal local of control may blame environmental factors as well as the perpetrator. Thus, attributes the people make towards the rapist and the survivor affect how they will define rape. Another similar theory that explains how people develop perceptions and by proxy definitions of rape, it is just world hypothesis. This is the simplistic belief that a person gets what they deserve in life. Often people who subscribe to this viewpoint claim that poor life choices and or deliberately counterproductive decisions serve to place the victim in a position where the consequence is a natural and foreseeable product. Thus, this theory conducts the victim of misfortune or crime deserve their fate. Those people who subscribe to this theory hold this to be true for survivors of rape as well. According to Bartle, 1999, these people will use any number of rationalizations to explain their viewpoints, i.e., she should not be at a bar alone, she should have worn a bra, she should not dance with someone she just met, and, as will later be seen, are touted so widely that some of the rationalizations have become rape myths believed by a number of people in society. In addition to individual perceptions, much of the process of defining rape is likewise dependent on cultural and social factors. Naturally, these factors affect individual perceptions, including those held by perpetrators and survivors of rape. Even local community views on rape may greatly affect the likelihood of reporting. The likelihood of a apprehensive for offender and the treatment of the victim. Therefore, Bjorkue, Bourque, if I'm saying that wrong, 1989, contends that community surveys provide the best information about rape. With respect to social indicators, social status, lifestyle of the persons involved in rape can all have important effects on the perceptions and definitions of rape. Particularly, age, sex, income, education, and religion have been found to affect perceptions of rape. This is important because many researchers contended that rape is not about sex, but it is about the perpetrator's need to express and exert power. This is often coupled with the idea that our culture in general, and men in particular, hold women as lower status citizens when compared to men. Such attitudes are often what led many researchers to conclude that rape has more to do with a desire to express power and domination than to gratify sexual urges. These attitudes towards women and the attitudes that women hold about themselves are held to be products of socialization stemming from both the family and the broader society. But it is society that generates numerous messages that bombard the family with perceptions that dedicate the place of women and their role with the rape experience. One frequently cited medium that affects rape perceptions and definitions comes in the form of erotica and pornography. In fact, Steinham states bluntly that pornography is not about sex, it's about the imbalance of power that allows and even requires sex to be used as some form of aggression. Perceptions and informal definitions of rape for many people may be greatly affected by visual media, with pornography being a foremost contributor to the confusing manner by which sex and violence are intertwined in much of an American culture. The content is that sex is confused with violence and aggression in all forms of popular culture. The idea that aggression is a normal part of male sexuality and that passivity is a normal part of female sexuality is part of the male dominant culture. Because of the deep sedated differential social value placed upon men and women, and because of the issue of power and dominance, it's interwoven in its differential social value, it's become clear that untangling sex from aggression would be a difficult task indeed. This point is important because it is underlying dynamics that affect the perception of men and women towards rape, and by some token affects any formal or informal definitions of rape. But it should also be made clear that social and cultural messages affecting definitions of rape are not limited to directed media processes like pornography. Rather, the linguistics in the general media can affect our definitions of rape as well. Benedict, 1993, contends that in the media, the English language itself is a language of rape. Through vocabulary and profiles on television, women are portrayed as sexual or childlike temptresses. Such portrayals putridate the idea that women are legitimate sexual prey. The scenarios presented in movies often portray rape as an act of unintentional pleasure or of comedy rather than violence. Benedict in 1993 even maintains that newspapers and newscasts use words that describe the victim in terms of their beauty. These news media likewise describe the incident so that it diminishes the criminality of the act committed. The language chosen by journalists and news reporters can make rape seem either sexy or not so traumatic. These are all significant observations because such depictions serve to normalize the occurrence of rape and serve to desensitize the public to its effects. This failure to accurately report the damage to the victim likewise allows viewers to ignore the stark reality of rape. And of course, the news media, just like individuals in the general population, can itself be responsible for inaccurate attributions made by the reporter who makes the scene. This process tends to reinforce many of the informal social norms and mores the maintain the tolerance of rape. Thus, those seeking to change the manner by which rape is addressed would claim that definitions of rape are based due to personal perceptions and social factors that affect those perceptions. To ignore this is to ignore the very groundwork upon which all definitions of rape are based. Rape by criminal law versus civil law. So, to my one viewer that is watching me now, the reason why I am doing this is because I was raped by my Uber driver 33 days ago. And I need help fundraising money to hire a private lawyer so I can seek justice. Now, I know this is probably the sad bit of the stream, and I'll try and make sure to get it through as quickly as possible, but dropping a comment, dropping a like, and just viewing my channel in general, it helps. It helps heal me. Even the disgusting guys from before, it was kind of awesome talking with somebody. Personally, I'm actually terrified to be alone. That's why I originally started this in the first place. So in retrospect, me being a YouTuber slash streamer is kind of narcissistic in theory. um, I think my bandwidth can only withstand so many people. I really like apple juice. Apple juice seems to be my favorite. I remember for the longest time, I couldn't taste anything. And it's not that like I had COVID or anything. It's just after the incident is what I'm calling it. I couldn't taste anything. I couldn't eat. I stopped eating for a while. I didn't really keep track of when I was eating. That's why I'm trying to educate myself now. If me doing readings on books like this and books like this, I want to educate other women so that way it doesn't happen to them. Because it happened to me, and I have a strong enough personality where I can tell anybody off. But I'm trying to make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else. My case was dropped a couple days ago. I've been trying to go in and get a file, my case file specifically. So at least my visual quality got better after I used the camera. Should I make a TikTok real quick? I'm not going to tolerate that type of behavior. And neither should you. So for the guys that were here before, I'm actually going to go on Twitch and try to ban them because that's not appropriate behavior. And I'm not allowing that to be appropriate behavior, especially on my channel, especially what I went through. So we're going to go on here. We're going to see I am a beautiful and validated individual. And I am going to ban them. Let's see. I haven't really had anybody else come join me in a while. So it's nice to have at least one person to talk to. If you want to drop a comment in the box below, I'd greatly appreciate it. My person hasn't come back that I wanted to talk to. So there's that. Let's see. If we can let's see if I can look back on here. Disappeared everything. Yep. So I think now I'm talking to myself. I do look kind of good. I'm pretty proud of the hair. The proudness for the hair is pretty spot on. I don't really know what to do besides making another TikTok or viewing my TikTok. Actually, let's just watch some TikToks. Well, I guess it's not going to allow me to do that because reasons. I mean, at least the audio quality is the best it can be. Let's see if I can play TikToks. Well, as entertaining as that can be, I might curl my hair. So that's my next thing that I'm doing. I still have one going strong on the Penguini. Well, drop a comment if you want. Happy St. Patty's Day, by the way. You can't pinch me because I have green hair, so rules are excluded. Didn't know that there was ads for me, but that's besides the point. I feel a little less festive. Maybe I should just wear green. Where's that green shirt that I had on earlier? I know if I put my shirt on, then at least weirdos will stay away. Oigadoy. Alrighty, friends. Now we're going to curl our hair. Because we feel like it, and I just want to curl my hair and do something nice. I want to look pretty. Let's see. I want as little as curl as possible. But we gotta let that sit and marinate for a second there. Let me divide up the hair real quick. I'm gonna be using the stream as a way. There we go. I need my brush and clips. Okay, maybe not this because I have.
Honey. feel like
Me too. Alrighty then. I think the gods are telling me and stars are aligning to where I gotta start cracking some jokes. Let me see. Do I feel like being funny right now? No. Am I gonna get tinklies until I tell a funny joke? Yes. So to entertain you just a little bit more, or a little bit better, because I'm not doing a really good job at it right now besides curling my hair, I want to read off some comedy skits that I have. Now I have some of these saved up. One of them being a comedy skit that I never really finished. So I don't finish comedy skits. I've like start them, but I never have the intention to finish them. And it feels like really bad to not finish them. But yeah, I have stories too. And it's going to be a little embarrassing, but I'm going to try and say them outright and out loud. I have my one written down. Let me see. Where did I put it? Oh, I think I put it in here. So I've been saying that I've been admitted to a psychiatric hospital, right? I admitted myself to a psychiatric hospital because I was raped by my Uber driver 33 days ago as of today. And while I was in that psychiatric hospital, I was on a code 5150, which a code 5150, for any of you nurses out there that know, is basically stating that I need to seek intensive psychiatric treatment at a psychiatric hospital. They will hold me for 3 days, and I will get reevaluated on the third day to see if I'm ready to be released. During the time before I was put on the 5150, I was on a 2-day hold at St. Joe's Hospital. And what happened was, this is going to be my microphone when I'm doing this. What happened was I needed a creative outlet. I needed something to talk about. I needed something to sing. I just needed something. And being in a psychiatric hospital, it's okay to be singing to yourself and rocking back and forth like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like, it's okay to be a little bit crazy. What I didn't think the St. Joe's Psychiatric Hospital was expecting was to have a comedy girl show up, and her name is Cassie. I am undiagnosed with DID or borderline personality disorder. Either one of those things might be happening up here because something happened in the hysteria where now I have 9 other voices in my head that are not my own. They all uniquely have their own voices. The first one is Medusa. Medusa sounds robotic. The second one is Amelia. Amelia is also called Judge in the system. Next to Amelia is Jessie. Jessie is basically the secretary. She's the one that's writing down the notes, making sure I'm asking the questions. She's also the one that talks a little bit like this sometimes. So that's Jessie. We also have the little, of course. I'm not going to say her name because everyone gets mad and I don't want to tell what the little's name is. But there's also Mom Nancy. After Mom Nancy, there's Sky, they, them. Love Sky. Absolutely adore them. There's Eros. There's also Cassie. There's the Game Master. And then there's Sydney. So those are all the names that I invented for myself because I went to a psychiatric hospital because, yes, I invented 9 other personalities and 9 other best friends because therapy was taking too long. So while I was at the psychiatric hospital, I met 3 amazing security guards. Their names are George, Marquise, and Dansby. Now, I met George and Marquise first before I met Dansby. And George and Marquise, so these guys have possibly, been through the ringer. They're the security guards for a psychiatric hospital. They're probably doing butt fuck everything in their power to like not be bored and to possibly stop any type of poo that might be thrown at them at a psychiatric hospital. And they are just the kindest and sweetest guys ever. So I do the only thing that is good for my coping mechanism is I tell jokes. So to George, Marquise, and Dansby, I start off with asking them questions. Because the first thing you need to know about comedy is knowing your audience, okay? You got to know your audience. And my audience were 3 black guys. Each of them probably having a long day, probably have a lot of things against them, probably have heard white people come in and out from all over the place, crazy and otherwise. So I first start asking questions to George. I asked George about, hey, is it all right if I ask you questions about your family? Like, are you living with somebody? Do you have this? George has a granddaughter and he's taken care of. And he is a father of 5 beautiful children. And he's just an all-around amazing granddad to his kids. Marquise has a girlfriend and they've been together for 2 years. Now, Dansby was kind of hard to get close to, and I'll tell you that in a little bit. But first, let me start with why the crazy white girl wanted to tell these guys a few jokes. So these security guards were very understandable, and they were just seeing me walking around, and the royal we, as in the 9 other people up in here, we needed an outlet to like get some things sorted. So like some people, they use alcohol to try and do it. Tried that. Some people do it through drugs, on it right now. Some people do it through exercise, but we have asthma, so it's kind of difficult to do that. Some people haven't done it probably. What some people haven't done is probably admit themselves to psychiatric unit. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to read from a comedy skit. It's failing. I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to solo it and see how it goes. So I asked George some questions. I asked him his grandkid. And George giving me the best answers in the world. I asked him about parenting techniques. And I asked him about, hey, since raising 5 kids, you probably know how to raise a kid right. So what are some parenting techniques? He tells me that, every 5 years, I give them a birthday. And I was like, every 5 years? Yeah, we celebrate a birthday every 5 years. And I said, that's a good parenting technique. And he tells me the reason why is it's to humble their kids. It's so that way he can save up some money. And when it's time to celebrate their birthday, then that, that means that, we're going to go big or go home. We're going to go to the Caribbean. We're going to go to the Cheesecake Factory and just pig out. We're going to go like after 5 kids, you'd think he'd have this down by patting it. Like he has it down pat. So, and that means it's probably easier to remember his kid's birthday. I mean, like you go 1 to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's easy. You only got to remember by the 5s. And I think everyone can count by 5. So that's pretty damn easy. That's smart parenting. So he tells me about his granddaughter that he's raising. And he's telling me, the reason why he does it every 5 years is because it's to teach them, to be honorable, to be humble. And I'm going to stop right there because I desperately need to pull out my script for the rest of this joke because at some point I transition to Marquise and why he's important to the story. Let me see. Yep, here it is. Cassie's comedy skit. Oh, this is where I messed up. So now I'm just talking about splurge. So every 5 years, again, every 5 years, George spoils his grandkid with a birthday. So again, 5, 10, 15, 20s. And now I'm not just talking about splurging at Chuck E. Cheese's or anything, because parents know that coin bills run high if you let them go. If you let a 6-year-old go crazy at Chuck E. Cheese's, like they'll be bachelorette night in all over with the pizza and the drinking all the soda. All of them end up at the end of the night. You tuck her in, but because of the adrenaline and sugar high, she looks like this because she's trying to go to bed. Acts out drunk 6-year-old. Yeah, it's kind of hard to read from a script when you don't have it memorized. Maybe I should just type this out instead of trying to act it out. You know what? We're going to do that. We're going to type this out. So that way I could possibly get some feedback. Because originally I was typing this and then I stopped because I got tired. So we're going to type this out. I think I'm going to stop sharing that. And I'm going to start sharing. Let me see. Oh, okay. So then we're gonna hold up real quick. I need to go to Facebook real quick. Clicking it through the Facebook ado. How do I do it again? So, oh, you gotta click on that. Okay, let me see. I don't know how to do that. My Nana's got me. Public. Okay. So I need to go up in here. I need to click on here. And I need to go to my thing. And I need to public. Save. There we go. Alrighty, so let's see if that fixed something. So we're gonna do a quick reset. Be back. Changes may not be saved. Okay, so done. All right. Well, now that Facebook's updated, Facebook groups. Now you'll see the name and picture. Okay. Sweet. Well, now I got this going for me. So, ugh. Let's see. Can we do a chat overlay? New comments will display here. Perfect. Monday 10 a.m. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. What I really need is a second screen. Oh well. I just won't be able to see myself anymore. Alrighty, let's start this off. So let's get this show down. I want some music, and I don't want ambient. I want some hip hop. Even though I kind of really needed that reminded. No, I probably gotta censor that one. Yeah. Beginning of a bachelorette night. What is that juice called? I call it kids drinks. I'm texting my mom because I don't know what it's called. In my family, we call it kids beer, but I don't know what it's called. It's the champagne stuff. It's the Martinelli's. Is that it? I know there's them. Is it Martinelli's? It's this stuff. Martinelli's. That's what it's called. It's called Martinelli's. Okay, I'm a dumb. Yeah, that was useless. It's Martinelli's. Martinelli's is what I was trying to think of. Dinner time. So I'll leave it right there for you guys if y'all want to read it a little bit. Network connection. Network connection. Okay. Well, my network connection kind of sucks, so there's that going for me. But then again, I only have one person watching, so there's that. Who is the one person watching? If you can, one person who's watching off of Twitch, write something in. Mm. Alrighty, well, that's going to have to be all for today because I need to eat and I am hungry and I am not about to film again. I am starting to feel emotionally exhausted and think I need to take another shot of my Buspirone. But thank you for watching. Please leave a like and subscribe and come follow me on my YouTube channel. I'll try and get a daily vlog video out today. This was fun. And this might also be my last time streaming on Twitch. So there's that. But see you guys later. Bye, Penny.